Hello. Hello, peoples of all times and nations. Cheese and Blanca, welcome in. I'm really sad about my brother because he got that. Oh man, I'm so sorry about that. Oh, but in any case, I hope that right now I can bring you a little bit of joy on, you know, a little bit of a harsh day today. Oh boy, today has been rainy and chilly. Also, hello Waffles, welcome in. Welcome in, yeah, we're starting right now. I'm just fixing up a few things last minute. Ooh, I had a few ideas on what we could do today. Oh man, because we're talking mostly about what's left, about part of the fundamentals that we will be talking about today that we didn't have time last time, which last time we were talking around where we have some, if we had any questions or ideas that we can add up to when I make shorts about the fundamentals in terms of composition, form, perspective, and anatomy. And now we are up to the rest, starting with color. But we're gonna start right now. We're starting good. New character reveal posted 11 hours ago. Oh, that's good, Waffles. Yeah, I've been noticing that Waffles has been posting a lot of really good stuff lately, so check out their content. Yeah. Okay, so let me see. Let's turn this off. I don't need a timer anymore, and I don't need this anymore. Now let's see, and hello. Did you miss me? Oh, hang on, let me move this on. It should appear. There we go. Hello, chat. There you are. Oh, are you? Yes, you should be here. Why aren't you here? Do you appear at all? I mean, I see you. But then when I turn this off, it vanishes. Let's see. Refresh browser when scene becomes active. I'll hit OK. I want to turn on. Please turn on. Please turn on. I want to see chat. Why will not chat appear? Ah, man. Okay, let's move it right back where it was. Turning chat on again? Nothing. Really, scuff always happens. Why? Man, why? Why won't you appear, please? I want to see chat. I'm gonna hit OK. And I'm gonna hit OK. Yeah, it appears. Woo! Yippee! Now I can see you guys. Hello. Okay, will you make a face reveal? Heck no! It appears when someone sends a message. Oh, no, yeah. It's just that I had a problem that for some reason, when I was checking it out, it didn't do anything. And when I hit OK, it just vanished. Make a row like 10 gold. Oh, yeah. That actually works. Yeah, do that. I'll pin you when you're done. And yeah, cheese. Hello, welcome. And no, I don't think I'll make a face reveal. No. It's not my thing. And you know, it's mostly a matter of what's the word, like, you know, privacy, security, because, you know, I don't want people just popping out, and if anything happens, I don't want my family also to be in trouble. Like, yeah, I don't know, I fear the internet. But yeah, like, I really wish I could though. But you know, no, who knows what will happen. Maybe one day I will, but you know, not today. So, yeah. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I just ate a little bit of cereal. So, I had a few ideas because I was a little nervous because one of the things that I'm really bad at is color. And you might be thinking, but Dulcets, you've been doing a bunch of desktop art, and in the desktop art you've been painting them and making them with colors. And well, you know, you see, I've been doing them black and white and then adding color progressively, but to work with through line with colors, it's a whole different story. Oh, I am never making one either, and honestly it's actually very good until you're ready or until you feel secure enough to do it. Because again, face reveals are a little bit dangerous. You gotta know like the type of neighborhood or the type of content, the type of people that's talking to you. You know, you'll become a public figure more than just anonymously posting. So yeah, you gotta be careful. And it's me that I'm an old dude. Imagine a younger person. You know, it's better to just separate work or your artistic expression on the internet and your personality on the internet versus your real life. And actually that way it makes it a little bit better because I don't know, you just separate one thing from another and you can actually enjoy your daily life as your actual real person. My insert name here, my real name, and then I'm just that person and I am not Dulcets on the real world, you know. Oh man, Blanca, that's actually hilarious. Man, I mean, don't flatter me too much. Let's see. YouTube pin message. At least, yeah, 10 like goal, but oh goodness. Whew, I'm flattered. I kinda reveal my height because I'm now starting to make a gorilla tag content. I'm short. Oh yeah, gorilla tag is like it's like the latest hip VR video game that kids play now. I've never heard of it or played it, but then I started to see some videos and like, oh yeah, that one. All right, so let's continue. Today we're gonna do something that I have not done in a while, and this is something that admittedly it's my fault because I'm scared and I'm dumb. Color is a very big subject that I could talk about it for decades. I'll only say what I know, and then I'll tell you what I don't know, and I have some references that I want to lay on you, and maybe I'll later put them on the description of the video. But I need to check them out first and make sure that it's completely usable for you and that it's just, you know, pretty good. So when it comes to color, it has a lot to do with observation, because this is how color works. We gotta go back into the very basics of what any of this is. Oh, perfect. This is empty and we can write in there. Where's my... Oh, no, don't fall. There you go. Okay, so the info I need. I'm clueless with color. Yeah, I'm God. I am a little bit clueless, but I'll tell you what I know and put in some references. Color is one of the first things we're gonna work on today, and we're gonna start from the very baby basics because I know that a few of you have not heard anything about this and not even consider this, because normally you just grab a color thing from like the shop and then you start painting, right? But let's go into the very baby fundamentals. What is color? Color in a way is a byproduct of what happens when light behaves in funny ways. You guys have heard about the prism, right? There's like a prism, there's a ray of white light, and then it shoots out with multiple different other colors. Why does it do that? Because white light is a combination of every color, and when you put all of them together, it creates white. And so what happens when this light falls, oh sorry, black. So what happens when this light falls on an object in a microscopic kind of way? Depending on the chemical makeup, some objects absorb different lengths of radiation. For example, an apple that is red absorbs a lot of the greens and a lot of the blues and a lot of every other color that is in red. So what shoots out in the end, it's a nice red apple because it cancels out every other wavelength. And why do I say wavelength? Because light is radiation. You might not think that, right? You might think, hang on. Hang on. Why is light radiation? Why is light radiation? Hold on. What is happening? Well, this is how it happens. Hang on, what's happening? What, do you have a rainbow plate? Like you have a plate and it's full of colors? So, light, let's say from the sun, emits a lot of radiation. Radiation is energy, and it works in terms of wavelengths. The particle, or at least the theoretical particle that works for light, is called a photon. It carries momentum, it carries energy from light. And the light goes from one way to another. There's gamma. You know, like from the Hulk. And if I'm not mistaken, let me see. I believe it's ultraviolet. But let me actually look it up. I want to get this one right because this is one of the fundamentals of color in physics. This is actually called the electromagnetic spectrum. And I'm going to show it to you right now. And this is something that blew my mind. This is something that completely blew my mind when I discovered this. Oh, I actually can just open image on new tab. Let's see. Open image in new tab. There we go. Actually, I can just show you. Let me... browser. I'm gonna make you... there you go. Yeah, pop it up. There you go. You guys can see this, right? So, this, my friends, is what's called the electromagnetic spectrum. Also, hello, Royal. Welcome in. Yep, a little bit of color theory until we move on into something else. Yeah, I am in Puerto Rico. The island of the island of enchantment. Yes, there's nothing wrong happening in this island. Never. Oh, wow. So, look at it this way. This... oh, yeah. It's infrared, then microwave, then radio. So, these are colors, but one of the things you have to understand, and let me turn this off for just a little bit. Let me just write this down. Radio. Eyes, an eyeball, has a few important components for it to work. This is how eyeballs work. Eyeballs have 3 components. They have multiple cones that absorb different wavelengths of radiation from the electromagnetic spectrum. And the combination of all these colors allows for all the light we see. But the thing is that we only have 3 cones. We only absorb 3 types of radiation, you know, in a way. Like we have a spectrum that we see, and it is only this chunk. This chunk, because of our physiology, because of our physical limitations, This is the only smidget of color we see, the visible light spectrum. Then we have infrared, and then we have ultraviolet. After that, we have microwaves, which is what you use to like heat up your food. And then you have radio, which you use to, you know, do communications and stuffs. And then we get into the very dangerous stuff like X-rays. X-rays are technically very dangerous, but only in small amounts. Enough that they go through your body, they hit your body, and then they make like a map, and that's how you can see through the body. But you have to make things go through your body first. And these are the very invisible light rays that go through you. This is radiation. And in the higher end of the spectrum, we have the dangerous stuff, gamma radiation. This is the kind of stuff that once it hits you, you yourself become radioactive, because then your molecules vibrate at the same frequency, and then they become radioactive, and they hurt you and they hurt everybody else. But that's a different topic. We're talking about the area that concerns light. So we only have this small amount here, that is the visible light spectrum. We can only see here. Why is any of this important? Because the way light behaves is the way that we make decisions on how to manipulate light and how to make them work for you when you make art. But you say, you have this color wheel. You don't have to make that many of big choices when you can just choose a color. Yeah, that's true. But remember, there is such a thing as reality. And on reality, we have a lot of things that concern things like how nature interacts. Hang on. How light interacts with the atmosphere and nature. Let's say I want to grab this image. Now we got to figure out not only where the light is coming from, what is making the light be so soft, so then it can cast these types of shadows. And if you notice, some shadows are very soft, some shadows are very well pronounced and sharp. And then we have the plants itself, where the light is bouncing. And when we know that the behavior of light is to bounce out of things, we can understand what kind of techniques we need to have in order to imitate the surface. For example, this rug. The light is hitting the rug and is casting mini shadows that make not only the colors appear, but also the shading in the shadows and the colors and blah blah blah. But it's not the same as the wall. The wall is very smooth. There are very little indents. There's very little irregularities. So the wall is just very smooth, and the way the shadows and the colors casted upon it is very unique. Also, because there are these elements of yellow tones of the rug and the yellow pot and the greenish yellow plants, you know what happens here? The colors of these things bounce onto the wall. That's something I didn't know would happen too. But these are concepts that you learn in the realm of photography. And this is why I recommend everybody that does any sort of visual medium to also study photography. Not necessarily on how to handle a camera, but on how light itself, because of its radioactive behavior, it hits something and it bounces off of it, and it splashes that color onto something else. If you do notice, the wall is a tiny tone yellowish and orange. This pot also has a yellowish shadow. Normally people make shadows with specific colors like gray or black, but look at what this shadow is. Hang on, let me actually move it aside and see if I can grab with Clip Studio the color Oh, I know what I can do. I can screenshot it. I can bring it down here and let you compare. If I grab this black with a feather brush, now let me just grab this, a solid brush now, so we can see the color differences. You see the difference? So why is this shadow not gray? Obviously, because the light that hits the rug and the yellow pot and the green leaves, actually, if we grab the color up here, you will notice there's a hint of green too. It's a very faint tone of green, if you can see it. Oh, hang on. We're not in Clip Studio. I'm sorry. We're not in Clip Studio. We're not in Clip Studio. Let me grab this. Okay, now we are. So, this is the comparison that I did. Look at this gray shadow, which is this. And now I grabbed a shadow from here and I put it there. Then I grabbed a shadow from way on top of here in the middle. And look at that greener tone. Look at the wheel when I select up and down. See how the wheel goes closer to green when I hit the lower one? Redder on the first, greener on the second. Again, it is the reason that the shadow colors change depending on what's around it. And these are observations that you have to do everywhere. I actually had a teacher that asked me to look at a leaf. He told me, look at a leaf right there, and we were outdoors, right? And I just stared at the you know, the plant, and he said, because one of the exercises that we had in painting class was to try and imitate a tone or a specific color from a picture and then mix the paints to reach that color. So he asked me, how many colors do you see on this leaf? And I said like probably 6, 8. But then he said, look a lot closer. There's also the shadows, and each shadow also has a specific tone. And just grab, there you go. So if you do notice, there is like the yellower greens, but then there's emerald down here that's a lot closer to blue. And then we have a variety in between because we have these veins that are different from these veins. So they're not the same green. And similarly, down here we have browns that are not the same as the browns in the rug, nor the browns shading the walls, which are different actually, now that I notice, to the pot. Because there's a yellow element closer to this pot than it is to the wall. So now the wall has a different color of shadow. Again, concepts of photography and color theory that you have to understand. Look at the difference. Let's grab this paint, this brush. Look at the difference between this shadow and this shadow. These are two very different shadow colors based on the light that bounces off an element and splashes the wall. In photography, there are these things, these reflectors. Let me photography reflectors. There they are. These, let me show you guys. These reflectors bounce off different colors of light to the subject. It can be silver, it can be pure white, or it can be golden, or it can just be as black as possible, so it negates a lot of the light. You can see it here on this guy. Let me open a new tab. Open image in new tab. You see, this guy has a different angles of light, but also he can have a reflector. Look at how the light also reflects on the shirt from the reflector, the golden one, onto him, versus one that is more white. The paler color actually allows a radiant bounce of light that is more balanced, with every other color consistent to his skin, his shirt, etc. And you don't need another light, because another light down here would be a little bit too much, depending. Sometimes all you need is just a little splash of light. So you use reflectors. And all of these chaotic elements, which some of them... Oh, actually this umbrella is really interesting. Open image in new tab. This tool bounces off light and spreads it out evenly. Sure, there's like the thing in the middle, but because it goes from top to bottom here and it kind of coalesces, it kind of negates the thing in the middle as a shadow. It doesn't cast one. But these are things that help the light be a little bit softer, and help that there are elements like this image where some shadows are very strong and some shadows are very soft, like up here. Very soft shadows. Also, there's a shadow here, but it's also very soft. But now look at the shadows in the pots. They're very strong because the light is hitting directly the plants, no filter, nothing that goes through them, and then it immediately hits. Versus the one hitting the walls, which is stretched and deformed, or going through a filter like a window or a curtain that won't allow the shadows to fully manifest. And there you go. Now, the other thing that we can talk about that is in this composition too, because now we were talking about the nature of color. Now we can actually talk about color balancing. Actually, before we move into that, there's something else that I have to talk about when it comes to photography. When you work on digital art, like I do, you need to pick the right screen, the right monitor, because white, and this is how you test it. This in front of me is the color white, obviously. But in my screen, it might not appear as white can be. Actually, right now, on this monitor, despite my best attempts, this color, I do not see it as white as I see it on a different monitor. And thus the colors will be different. Say that I make a drawing like, you know, my desktop arts that I've shown you and whatever. The colors may vary depending on the monitor screen because of a phenomenon that is white balance. Which means that the colors are not well calibrated. White balance. If the white in your monitor is as white as it can be, then all the other colors will be exactly what you see when you print it out. That is a warning for me to you guys that also work on digital art. Okay, so now we can move on to, what was it? Oh yeah, color combinations. This is more of a design thing, because we talked about all the integral parts of photography and how you can imitate that in your drawings by observing and imitating the colors you have on screen. You do notice also that these reflections are pure white, or at least not pure white, but as close as possible. They're not like a brighter green. So it really depends on the material. Some materials bounce off light better than others. So these feel very rubbery or leathery texture on these leaves, but not on these. You know, there are different textures, and not on these either, because these are a little bit more matte. They feel more dry, but it's because of their texture. But that's something we're going to talk about later. And also, when you're going to make a combination of colors, you need to be able to understand that some colors you don't really need on your mixes, but of course you're not doing painting. But even on Clip Studio, when you go to Clip Studio, again, you got to make sure that if the color is not present, then why would you use it? I'm never going to go on this side if it's not existent on the page, nor will I go way down here, despite this leaf being very much emerald or all, but it then starts to throw into olive green. And see, some colors drive me very down, but the majority throw me high up where the yellow is. So it wouldn't make sense that if I have a tube of this type of green, like very down here, that I'll use it. Better use a color green that's higher up here, and then make sure that I can have the right tone about it. These are like coordinates, and you can see it down here. There's like these numbers: hue, saturation, and value, which is hue, saturation, and then value. XYZ. So let's move on to composition, at least when it comes to colors, because some of these colors work really well. This blue emerald color down here balances off with the color that's up here. This one complements very well the green, this one also, and also the fact that all of these lights are very much a brownish that hints to a little bit of red and brown. Also this nice terracotta vase. So now there's a nice contrast between reds, greens, maybe a little hint of blue, but all of this brown is very reddish. Combines really well with the green because they are complementary. And this is the thing that I do not understand very well, because it's kind of a new development. So a little bit last minute. It's a little bit last minute because for as long as I can remember, this is mostly the concept that we were taught in school, right? Like in elementary class, the color wheel of basic colors. Right? You have your primary colors, you got your secondary colors, which is like orange, purple, green, primary red, yellow, blue, and then the tertiary colors, which are a little bit in between, right? Well, some of the colors are actually not the proper ones, but the general concept is that if you want to combine the colors, you can combine complementaries like the opposites in the wheel chart, or you can do them monochromatic. You see, same color but different tones. Analogous, which is the ones that are next to each other. You know, you have really nice green and then you pop it up to yellow and then you combine multiple versions of it. And these are like 3 colors, but very well balanced between each other across the chart. Well balanced still. These are a little bit obscure, but they still function on the same idea. Red is a complementary of green and purple is a complementary of yellow. So there you go. You have really nice division here. But there are people, and this is where I'm going to have some recommendations that I found on Instagram that have been talking about how they work with color. I have I have on Instagram like a list of multiple tutorials and references that you can use. And one of them, well, multiple of them, talk about the color wheel. This lady, Color Palette Studio, she worked with branding and she works with color combinations for websites, but I feel that these tools work really well for just about anybody that wants to study color combinations and color theory, of course. Then there is this guy. that he is a very big stickler for the details on the color wheel and on the particular combinations that every color can make, and how do you represent that on a very good chart. And he has multiple of these videos, including illusions and all sorts of tools for people that work on color and color combinations. I'm going to put the link in the description for you guys to see later. Oh, and he makes also experiments with light itself, because you can combine colors with light. I mean, like we said before, light are wavelengths and you can combine them. But there's a very interesting subject to talk about here when it comes to light versus painting. Paints or pigments? And then there's light or photons. So all the colors together, when it comes to light, you combine them and you make white. Like the same thing we talked about on the, what's the word? The pyramid, the crystal pyramid, I forgot the name of it. The prism. We talked about the prism. But when it comes to paints and pigments, they are based out of earthly elements. They're based off residues. They are based out of all sorts of dirt and crushed bugs and all sorts of elements. Together, they make black. And this is an important distinction, because when you're about to print something in real life, like in a painting and stuff or paper, when you paint something that's going to be based on pigments, you use the format CMYK. K is for black. I don't know why. Y is for yellow. M is for magenta. C is for cyan. And I believe now you understand these colors, right? You've seen them in printers, because by and large, every printer that uses inks works with these particular colors combined together to make every other color, because these are even more primary than the other normal primaries of blue, yellow, and red. These work really well to make a multitude of colors, and including black, of course. Now, when it comes to light, you use RGB. And there are very specific printers that work with RGB and not CMYK, because they use a technique where they burn the page in a way using, radiation. So they burn the colors in the page exactly as you see them in the monitor. But normally, RGB is used specifically for computers only. Like if you're going to make a website and you have a display and it's only going to stay in the display, then you use RGB. But if you're going to print them, it's most likely going to be based out of inks and stuff, and thus CMYK. And CMYK cannot be as vibrant as RGB, and it cannot be as flashy or as toned or anything when it comes to the actual display of it. So be very careful which one do you choose. Yes. So don't be surprised if you make a really beautiful painting and then you print it in CMYK. Even when the document is RGB, the conversion of RGB to CMYK is terrible. You will have a different result. Unless you use things like inkjet printers, where they use a different technique to then print an exact color match. With the screen. There we go. When you print them from RGB to CMYK using pigments instead of a printer that uses light, different colors than the screen. It will always happen. Be very careful. And this is also the division between painting and photography. When you paint something or when you print something with inks, they will be very different than when you use light to paint. And this is also why photography is divided into these parts. Photo based on photons or light, and graphy, it means graphic, graph, draft, draw. So this means that photography is a medium where you draw with light. So to understand the nature on how light behaves is the way you're going to abuse it to make really nice, interesting photos. For example, if you know your tool, you can do stuff like this. Let me see if I can find one. Light painting. Light painting photography. Oh, I cannot use the search. Oh, but I have a photography thing. Yeah, I'm gonna show you guys this. This is great. So if we go down to photography, which is, there he is. These are some really good effects that you can do with light. Messing around with colors. Let me see if someone's painting with light here. Oh yeah, this. So you notice she has a camera. And she has like, she's whipping around like a wand of light. What is she doing? Well, the really good cameras have settings that you can make it take its time. Take the picture really slow. Why would it do that? Well, it has the ability to absorb more light that way for more time. So when it's dark, it can actually reveal more information, even if you yourself cannot see. And the camera has like an eye that you can open very wide, so then more light comes in. So you combine those two things, you can take pictures at night. However, you cannot move the camera until it's done absorbing light. But what happens when you actually move something while it's doing that? FYI, RGB is old and isn't used as much anymore. It's still commonly around because it's cheap to implement. Modern monitors use different colors, uses 4 colors. HDR uses a lot and tries to mimic life. Yeah, because the eyeball is very different from computers. So the closer they get to it, the better it is. But that is the general, that's the general basis of working with a monitor or working with any sort of technology of a screen versus working on photography or painting and printing stuff. But yeah, what Lacey said is true. That's why we have HDMI cables. So she has the settings that I told you. Very slow capture, very wide lens. And now all she has to do is move something across this slowly developing picture. And what result do we get? Let's see. Oh yeah, you can use all sorts of shenanigans. Oh, she doesn't show it? Okay, I'll show it here then. You get stuff like this. You take a picture of this with the settings that I said, and then the pictures end up... Why doesn't she show them? I mean, you can't see it from here, right? Like, it's all blurry and stuff. But come on. Show it to me. There it is. You see this? Come on, show the result. Okay, so you have a lightsaber, you have the light, slow exposure. You have a slow exposure, a very wide open lens. You play around with it, and there you go. That's what I wanted to see. The result. Jeez, why did it took so long? Also, this is the squiggly she was doing in front of the camera. Hang on. But I can't pause on time. And I can't go forward. That's a shame. But yeah, you can do a bunch of things with that. And there it is. Yes. There it is. That's exactly what it is like. And that is how you draw with light. You mess around with it, you get the cameras, low exposure, blah, blah, blah. And then you get really nice results. And you can do it with anything, because you can also zoom out and zoom in different ways. And the results in the camera also become very interesting. Let me see if there's, she made any. Oh, look at this. These are not effects with the computer. These are effects with her waving light like you saw her doing. And this is the result. She ends up like that. But she doesn't quite show the... Oh, actually, let me see the posts. Maybe she has less videos here and I can show it to y'all. No, it's only pictures. Are these pictures, or do you have any of the effects that I'm looking for? No, nothing. Oh, this is another cool effect. Oh, but it's a video, and she might not show it. Oh, Jesus. See, this is another one. Yeah, I don't know why she's not showing them, but fine. Let's go. Light paint. There it is. You can save a lot of time and effort not needing to actually make any special effects. You can wave a stick in front of the camera and make these really nice effects. It's pretty awesome. Oh, here's another one. Oh, so great. So good. Anywho, what was the other thing that I wanted to show you? It was right here. Oh yeah, the same lady. The Color Palette Studio lady. She works really well with these kinds of things. But that's mostly on design. Oh, this. Yeah, this is something else that I wanted to talk about. But that's for the next bit. So, for now, if I'm not mistaken, that's in a way pretty much a semi-complete guide to color and what you have to look after when you're trying to figure out color in your compositions. One of the things that I do, this is the thing that you've seen me do all the time, is that I grab this and then I make like a, you know, a very basic lighting, because I want to get the values right. And by values, I mean like the black and white, because when you use color, sometimes you neglect these things sometimes. Like you use maybe the wrong color to accentuate it or something, and you don't stay within the family of that color. So when I do a very basic shading in Clip Studio, there's the neat feature of going into the layer, new correction layer, gradient map, and I can adjust the color of it. Let's clip it to this, and you see I have an easy switchable tool and element that can make me change the color at my will and disposal. I can even turn the darkest blue into a different color. You see? And I can adjust it with a slider. I cannot show it to you because OBS doesn't let me show it, but I can move it back, I can move it forward. I mean, of course, it's not an end-all solution. I still want to like put a layer on top, give it like a glow effect, grab a family of color that's similar to it, and then start to actually add some special effects. Maybe I go to the spray and put in some texture on it, just a little taps of it, and make it really pretty, you know? Like I can add special effects on top of this, but it saves a lot of time. However, it is not the best solution for everything. Speaking of, the next part that we were talking about is value. And interesting enough also, it is connected with texture or the medium. Value, Value is the very simple basics of shading. You know, what I just showed you here. I shaded a sphere. But what happens when the texture of that sphere is different? And that is when we get to this. A sphere is very different from a sphere made out of stone. You see the final result on the side here? You see, they're very different. And of course, it can be like a smooth marble stone, but if it's too shiny, people might not get it. Unless it's like very polished marble. But again, it depends on the context. Are we in a place where such a stone would exist? And if so, does it not say something about how fancy the people are? Because rarely do you see a polished stone in a place. It gives you a lot of important context. But what if the ball, the sphere, is made out of glass? Well, you do something a little bit different like this. This is more watery based, more glassy. And if it remains rigid like a circle, a perfect circle, then you can maybe confuse it with glass because glass does not bend, it's brittle. But if it's very bouncy around, then you will mistake it for a drop of water. It's all about the consistency and that texture. The same thing goes for this eyeball. You shade it similarly to the other one, but you give it a lot more shine. In fact, this eye could use a lot more shine. So that way you can, you know, get an idea of what's it made of. If we go back to our example, I can turn this into a yarn ball. And how do I do that? Well, first I look for a reference, like usual. We always go for references here. Ball of yarn. And the same thing that we said about colors, lighting, and how it bounces off of things. Then we can compare it, and we can make ideas on how we can imitate this texture. It's no longer a simple, just do the thing that I did and then put a bunch of lines on it. No, this takes a little bit of more doing. I mean, of course you can, if it's not the focus of the scene, you can make it a lot easier. But if it is the focus of the scene, like a still life painting, then you'll have to figure out how to do all these tiny little ridges. Oh, you're live. Hello, Dixie Man. Yeah, I'm live. I thought it was a video. No, it's not a video. We are showing you stuff live, and if you have any questions, then I'll go on it. And if it's something like limestone, even when smooth, it's got rough texture, and it shows that it can even be really smooth. The texture of sandpaper is limestone. Yeah, and I have seen things like, let me, hang on. Polished marble. You know, you have individual textures like this that will make it seem rough, but at the same time you add a little bit of a sparkle on it, and you see like there's like a reflection like this one, and then you're like, okay, what's it made out of? Glass? But the textures allow you to understand, oh, it's pretty much marble or something. So things that even have textures can be smooth depending on the behavior of light. Is it matte or is it reflective? How reflective is it, and how do the textures have any bearing on the surface? If it's, for example, topography, and by topography I do mean topography, you know, like the ridges and like ups and downs, a valley, a canyon. Like in here, see, you have a little holes, there's depth, the corners break on the side because it's not a perfect sphere, it's broken, it's jagged, and all these things contribute to the feeling that, oh, it's not smooth or shiny, it's actually cracked, and it has a relief. It has, wait, what is this song? This, let me show you. I go here, and this is the music. 12 hours of free background music. Copyright free musics for creators and streamers. April edition. I just look for something that's really long and it's really chill. So this is what I use. There's a bunch. I try to look for copyright free music because YouTube is very messy and clingy with its ideas. Let's see. I say limestone because that's the best you can smooth limestone normally without ruining the integrity. Marble and granite can be made reflective and smooth, while limestone and such can't. Exactly. So you gotta know how to imitate those textures in order for you to be able to know how it feels to touch it. Like, I don't know, have you guys ever had that feeling where you can actually feel with your tongue what it is that you're looking at? It's like, oh yeah, I know what it means to bite into a sweater. Well, the same thing, you have to make the illusion of, oh, I know what that feels like to bite, but it's like, no, that's just a picture on a screen. Like right now, if I touch it, see, it's flat, it's a, you know, it's not real. But it's a really good illusion, so that way I can, you know. But your music is low, is it? The levels say it's pretty high, and I can hear it just fine. Hang on, let me actually rise the stream in my phone so I can see. See, it's flat, it's a, you know, it's not real. But it's a really good illusion, so that way I can, you know. But your music is... Oh, I see. Okay, so in that case, I'll put it higher. But that's weird, because the levels on OBS say that it's pretty loud. Yeah, I figured. I just want to make them a little louder. Maybe I'm too loud. Yeah, because I want to make the music low so then I can be heard. I don't want to compete with the music. Also, it might make me fall asleep. And I don't want that. I don't want to fall asleep. So let me see. I'm gonna grab a very normal brush. You know, default brush from Clip Studio. You don't need to download anything. I'm gonna grab this, and I'm gonna at least try to make this string Like, yes, there is a line. Oh, wait. I'm gonna use a vector layer. It's a lot easier. And you notice that it's got a bunch of and also you can break the line a little bit so that it feels irregular. Like, you can sort of get that there's something different about this line. It's not just a normal straight edge line. Of course, this is not the only way to do it, because especially stuff like this would be tedious to do. But at least it gives you a good start, a good direction. Man, this is why pointillism exists, and I am not good at it. Because a bunch of artists work really hard to imitate the textures of things. You see, from far away, it sort of looks like it. Thanks, I also hear you and the music at the same time now. Yeah! But it's very different from just a straight line. Also, if you notice, it's very irregular. It's not like a perfect sphere. So the shape of it, the material you're trying to imitate, that also includes hair. Like, if I want to make this ball hairy, like if it was like if Stitch or Sonic was curled into a ball, then I'll choose a direction, or I can make it a little bit wacky. Make a few breaks. A few lines of where the hair might break the consistency. Because hair flows. So you can make areas where it's harmonious or areas where it actually just breaks the harmony. But already, I haven't even finished, and you can already feel that this sphere is not just like an onion or a smooth stone. Maybe like a lock of hair. Hang on, let me just grab this. Yeah, any other drop, spin, dash. It can also be a type of plant, or maybe like a body part of like a spider or something. But you see, I'm trying to, even on the dark areas, I'm gonna use this light white and try to imitate what hair feels like with this nice texture. Follow the lines, make a pattern. Try not to always break the pattern. Unless it's like on the outside, you can do this. You see, that way it feels like... Yeah, see? Like, now you can break a little bit of the consistency of the sphere. Make sure it makes sense and connects, and maybe some hairs are out of sync. And I encourage you to do this exercise. Grab a sphere and change its texture, or at least shade it into a peculiar texture. Can be hair, can be stone, it can be glass, it can be fire. Making elements is really fun though. I do recommend you to practice that. How to draw fire, how to draw smoke, water, all that jazz. See, I haven't even finished, and you can already tell that this is different from this. Perhaps a little bit silly and nasty to even think about touching. Actually, I can I can put a little pin. Something like that. But the other detail about texture is the medium that you use. There was a while back this challenge that people did on Instagram. Let me see. Saved. Where apparently the type of brush you used changed the entire art style. Audio blend, design, animation. It's like trends I want to do. Challenges or trends, maybe it's this one. I think it's like brush challenge. I don't think it's this one. This is still a really good practice for lighting. You simplify and then you know, you say, oh, the light comes from here, so you use these very easy grids to follow it. No, I don't find it. But in essence, let me find a brush like this. Let's pretend that I'm drawing in like, oh god, it's like watercolor. Gross. Okay, there's like pencil. So if I'm sketching on pencil, it's a very different feeling from if I was drawing with either an actual pencil or if I stuck only to digital. Like if I now change to a different brush, let's say, what is this, pastel? Oh man. Oh wow, yeah, this strong. And it gives me actually different ideas for making shadings with this. Like I feel this brush can help me do a lot more shading than the other one that I feel that the pencil can help me do a lot more sketching and conceptual pieces. But this one I can render a few things with this style. Same image more or less, different energies and signifiers with different tools. If I move on back to my thick oil, and understanding that some mediums have an ability to render certain things that the computer can't, or that painting can't, or that sculpting can't, or that books can't, is what will make you a very varied artist. Something that would allow you to be versatile, be open to change and different ideas. Yeah, but for beginners, brush doesn't matter. Am I right? But I have many questions about color theory. What kind of questions? Because that way we can write them down and then I can put them whenever I'm tackling the actual, you know, when I create the actual tutorial. But I still feel that the medium you choose really is relevant, because some people might say, oh, it looks ugly. It's like, no, it's just that the medium you're using is probably not the best. And that goes for painting, sculpting, drawing with pencil, or moving in digital. Especially when you're trying to imitate something like this. I tried to make this hairy ball with a very specific kind of brush. But if I change the brush, then when I make a lock of hair, it's gonna be very different. Which, in fact, this is the brush I use to make a little bit of the grass fields on the previous desktop art, because I figured that the texture would be really good for something a little bit more organic and natural than a very perfect and smooth line such as this transparent watercolor brush, which is what I normally use for all these kinds of things. You see, so if I grab and I make like a lock of grass, it works for hair. It doesn't quite work for grass. It's too blurry. It's not organic enough. And it could work, yes, but it's too smooth. And nature tends to be a little bit more grungy and a lot more organic than this. So there could also be a combination. I can start with this in the background so it can be a little faded. This is the concept background. It's very simple to do, abusing this smoothness that it has to work for me. And then we move on to this brush underneath, which is the one that I use for this, and then give it a little bit more strength and definition. And this is where the realm of mixed medias comes in. Some people use painting on top of photography, and some people use digital and they also paint on top of it, or vice versa. You see, which one's better? I like this one, to be honest. It's a really nice combination. Smooth first, and then you start doing a little bit more texture, combining both. When I saw someone color down skin, they use different colors. Then skin cooler. Well, what medium was it? Was it digital? Because if you're going to paint skin colors, there's a variety of of colors you can use. Hang on. There's a list of colors that already kind of exist. And in a funny way, you are messing around with fashion design. Yeah, because look at all this. Look at all this list. This entire list of colors. These are all the human skin colors, not touching on very dark ones and very pale ones. But this is generally like a big, complete list. Welcome back, Waffles. Royal was asking about skin colors and skin tones and how do you approach them when you're making them. So what you do is that once you choose a specific skin color, you look at the neighbors for colors that you can use to shade. Some skin tones are a lot yellower. Some skin tones are a lot dark brownish redder. You know, it's a mixture of reds and yellows. If I go to Clip Studio, let me minimize. If we go to Clip Studio, it should be around here. This is all the skin tone colors. I mean, of course, more down here, desaturated and going uphill from pale white to then like this very dark. But it can go orange or it can go redder. But again, like I said before, sometimes color changes depending on the light that bounces off of it, which is part of the color theory that I was telling you about. Yeah, here. Like when we talked about here. Even if the skin color might be 1, it changes. Oh, actually, I didn't notice this one. You see this shadow? If you look very carefully, I'm actually gonna move. I'm gonna move myself so you can see here. If you notice very carefully, very closely, you will notice this shadow is a lot greener than even this shadow, specifically here, where the leaf is closest to the white pot. The shadow here is very green. The shadow here is a lot more green because it's right there, because the light reflects on the plant and reflects on the floor. And the same thing happens with skin tones. Skin tones can be of a specific thing, but the reflection can make them change. So you got to be careful with that. Can you show me in color wheel 𝐜𝐡𝐴? Well, what is that? I don't know what that is. 𝐜𝐡𝐴. Can you show me in the color wheel? Oh, in Clip Studio. Yeah, here it is. See? Oh. Let me move this out of the way. There you go. So here it is. See? Skin can be either reddish or yellowish, depending. Yellow can also mean sick. So let's go a little close to oranges and browns. Skins tend to be in between this tiny bit. So if you go redder, you will find a lot of these tones with a little bit of blush. If you go a little bit redder, you can add some blushes, maybe a little bit darker or less saturated blushes. The point is, they're never like you know, super saturated reds. This is too saturated in the corner here. All these corner colors are saturated compared to skin, because skin does not tend to be very shiny unless there is like a material on it that is like moisture by sweat, water, that reflects light and makes it shiny. But skin tends to be matte, which means that it's soft. It doesn't really reflect that much light. So it is what it is. Clip Studio, I mean. Yeah, I figured. So if you want to use it on Clip Studio, don't go so oversaturated up here. Go like around here, or paler here, or darker here, you know. But this triangle on top, skin isn't usually this high saturation. We tend to be less saturated. And if you use makeup, then you can start playing around with other colors. But keep in mind that the foundation is a lot closer here. It happens with painting too. Some people put a layer of they put like a layer of color, and then they start painting on top of it, because that way it gives it like a very nice color mixture combination. And then whatever color is here, it can play around with the color that's underneath it. It also works with tone and stuff. It's really useful. At least in real life painting. On digital is a little bit different because I cannot combine colors here. You know, painting on top of this doesn't make them mix up. So you can grab a little bit of the background color and use it. I use Ibis Paint, it also works there. Yeah, because it's the same philosophy. Hue, saturation, value, and those are the things you can use. Man, I haven't had my ideal tacos in a while. I just had to say line. Man, Savage, how could you? Actually, there is something I want to recommend, and I don't know how you guys can grab this because it requires a type of emulator, because this application is gone from the App Store. Otherwise, I would have recommended this to you, but I want to show you something. Since we're talking about colors and values and all these kinds of things. This game, I remember that I had this game last minute just today, and I'm like, I could show them that if we're talking about color theory, and I want to show it to you guys. It's Blendoku. It's Sudoku, but blending colors. You will require an MSI app player thing and then download that and get this thing. It's really weird. I barely remember how I did it, but Blendoku is a really good game. Nah, it's fine. How do I skip this? Okay. So here's how it works. You have this challenge where you grab a color and you snap it. You understand the assignment? You gotta put them in the right block, and you gotta put them in the right transition. You see? You gotta figure out the extreme one, and then you, from that moment on, you work through the values and through the saturations. Oh, and by the way, look at these two. Are they not very similar? But if you squint really hard, you will notice that this one's brighter and this one's darker. Ta-da! Then you have stuff like this. Oh man, how do I do believe that the more different one is this one. You can have that one. No, this one's darker. This gray, like there's a gray gradient under here. There's one that's really nice and bright, but also mid-tone. No, that one's a lot brighter than this, so we connect them there, there, the darker one here. Yeah, this will happily help with colors. That's the thing. The app no longer exists on the Google Play Store, but you can find it with this emulator that plays old applications. It really is. It's really fun. It's called Blendoku. You can see it up here. Blend Doku. Sudoku with blending colors. It's really fun. At least it was fun to me while it lasted. Okay, so there is a gradient down here. Darker here. We finish off the gray one, so... maybe that one goes here. Maybe that one goes there. That one's the brightest, goes here, and this one... something's wrong. Now you see, that one's closer to here. So there's a gradient there. This one's brighter, maybe it goes here. There we go. Yeah, this one's brighter, it goes next to it. Weird, right? I was really sad because I never found this game again, and then I started asking questions on the internet, and then I found that MSI had this, and I found like a Blendoku file. I was like, oh my god, they have it. This is great. I love it. Wow, and stuff. And there you go. Oh, sorry. This is wrong. Closer to blue, closer to this purple grayish color. While it, you see? And now here comes another challenge. Oh boy. This brown here. This brown changes into this green. The brightest green goes in the corner. This really different blue that's different from anything else goes here, and then the midtones up until green. Ta-da! One last one and then we can move on. This is really fun. I honestly could stay here for a while. Now we have two options because these two colors are very pure. So we have this tone. That one goes here. This one might go here. This one here. No, this one has a lot purple. More purple than this. This is like pure blue. There we go. And that one goes here because it's like a gray middle tone between this green and this blue. This purplish blue is closer to this blue and this purple, and so on and so forth. You know, you gotta really think about it. So yeah, I recommend Blendoku. Like, look it up. Now, lighting. We're back to photography. This is actually the thing that we saw before. And the thing about lighting, it's not that you can only... it's not something that you can just do, but it's also a thing that affects the emotion of a scene. I'm being the colorblind allegations with this. Alright, BRB. Oh, true. They say that you are colorblind, but you're not. Okay, yeah, then you can try it out. That's perfect. Okay, let me look up something like let's look up a lighting exercise. Do they not have like a blank slate that I can... I guess not. Oh, I know what we can do. to mess around with lighting and play around with it. God, I have like 30 applications open right now. But it's worth it, I promise. Give me a second. Oh God. Also, the thing about lighting skin or coloring skin, because you mentioned, Royal, that you had questions about skin color. What was it that I was gonna say? Lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, it depends on the art style that you're going to use, because if you go anime, then probably you won't need all that many details. You might just need like 2 or 3 shades. So, you know, it's fine. Let me grab. There you go. Now you can see Blender. Let me... Yeah. Now let me add Mesh Monkey. The cube, I'm not gonna delete it because the cube's my buddy. It's my friend. And they will be very helpful in this experiment to show you guys the silliness of lighting. Here on Blender, I have a light, which is this little thing. I can move it anywhere I want in the screen. Now let's go to this blending mode, and now we have access to the light. Now if you notice, the monkey head is very simplified with these faces. And by faces, I mean these cubes. Let me show you on edit mode. Grab this object, go to edit mode, and you will notice if I click on faces, this is a face, this is a face, this is a face, and the direction they are facing, it's called a normal. Or at least that's how I think it works in the world of 3D. But you notice that it's super divided now into pieces. You can do that with many faces. And when you're drawing, you don't really notice when you're drawing. But all the line work that we do, all the references we do, is to mess around with the topology and to make sure that we understand if there's like a hill, if it's like a steep indent. You know, when you're painting 2D, you don't notice any of that, but that's why we are making all the rulers and stuff, because we're essentially doing this, but frozen on a specific angle. Mostly this. Or this, you know? But now look at how soft the shadow becomes when it's at a particular angle. And look at how strong it becomes when I get it closer to the face. Look at how sharp the shadows are now. In fact, I think I gotta go into this section. Shadows. Film. Transparent. Actually, no need. I might need that to show you the details. Oh, here it is, shadows. Let's higher up the resolution of the shadows. Or is it on cycles? Because I'm on Eve. Like, I don't know the details on how this works. Let me work on cycles. And there should be an option in the shadows where I can advanced, no. Render. Really nothing? Film, exposure, transparent, performance, no. Bake. Okay, no, then I guess it's on Eve. Evie. And yeah. I think this is a good shadow details. But it doesn't have much to do with what we're doing, which is kind of important, I guess. What do you mean it's got nothing to do with it? What happens when you're going to shade something? You figure how each of these tiny faces get shaded or become obscured in different ways. Let's go back to the browser and look at a character. In fact, it's actually what I used for... Hang on, let me see if I can find it again. My other message. Oh, I'm not sure to say it, but 𝐜𝐴𝐶 will include lots of hints of mental illness, because it's fine, but it doesn't have much to do with what... No, it's kind of important, I guess. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, if you talk about something completely different, then I lose my train of thought, yeah. So sorry about that. But yeah, right now I am talking about this, pretty much. Let me just open up a new tab. Open a new tab. So you can have the same character, and you can have the light come from different places. And the way you can figure out how to actually shade it is to remember that all the faces of the characters you draw have a topology, or they have a shape. You see all these faces and all these cubes and stuff? The way the light hits, some of them turn off, some of them turn on, etc. And the curves indicate pretty much... Hey, X, there you go. Y, there you go. And it kind of shows you, depending on the direction of the light, what things become completely darkened. And also, if you put the light very far away, it's like over there, it's like very evenly... It's like very evenly shaded, you know? Like, sure, the light is not as strong. Let me actually go into... Oh, hello, Sasha. Welcome in. Actually, I'm curious about something. Hang on. Hang on. Now I'm curious. Well, let me check on my phone. Oh, okay, never mind. We're good. It was just in case something happened. Okay. Oh, wait, hang on. Am I still on the browser? Let me turn that off. There we go. There we are. Oh, you couldn't see. If I put the light very far away, it's very evenly lit. Let me just go into the light panel and make the light a lot stronger, slowly. You see how some of the light makes some of the grayer parts disappear? Because it kind of shines them over. And it also makes the contrast a lot higher. Let me go back. And go back, go back, go back, go back, go back, go back. A lot more evenly. Oh, and this is a different fun feature. This is a spotlight. Should be able to control it. There we go. But now where and what direction I'm going to aim it at. There you go. This is another concept. If there's a spotlight, yeah, like what's the nature of the light? Is it a spotlight? Oh man, look at that. That's pretty cool. Let me lower it down so I can I control it from here? No? Oh, that's messed up. There you are. And I like this. Maybe too much. Oh, you made a channel, did you? That sounds cool. Yeah, eventually you'll be posting stuff. Although, what kind of stuff? Are you gonna be focused on Let's Plays, or are you going to be focused on like different projects? Oh, yo, I didn't know I could do this. I forgot. Look at this. I can actually make the edges stronger, or I can make them blurrier like this. So now the character can be obscured in this way. Ain't that cool? But now imagine that you're going to draw it, and now you gotta figure out, not only with the stronger light, like if I bring up a sun. Wait, let me see if I can get, yeah, just a point. And you have all the pieces separated on which part is darker, which part is lighter, telling you the topography of it. But now with the smoothness of this, you can actually know the diffumination on the corners. It's a really good trick. This is why I encourage you to play on Blender, so you can understand shading and you can apply it. Because it's not the same thing if you were to do the same with a cube. You see how things are a little bit different with a cube? It's got less faces, so you can kind of figure out... You can figure out a cube. It's not that hard. 1, 2, 3 faces at first. Of course, the one without light is the darkest. The one away from the light is like very dark. But now, what does that have to do with character? Well, in photography, well, not only photography, cinematography, as in the art to make movies, every light style pertains to a different emotion. Often, light that comes from below is very scary. Light that comes from the edges or the sides is a lot more dramatic. And light that is obscured in darkness is, well, obscure, mysterious, and also frightening. It's often also the kind of lighting that shines the eyes, so it's like a contrast of, oh, there's like anger on the eyes or something. There's also light from the top that makes it very dramatic as well, but less so scary, more action-packed, more like, oh, gruff. And from below is a little bit scarier. Also, Duz, I'm pretty sure if I said this, but I forgot your answer. Any feedback on the characters reveal? I don't think I wrote something yet, because I've been busy. But I'll leave a comment about that eventually after I'm done streaming. Probably video shorts from AOT. Oh yeah, right, because you were going to make like animated music videos. Which is great. Video editing is an art style, and you should study it. I like it. Let's see. I can't wait to see some of your stuff. Yeah, me neither. It's really good. Yeah, I kind of need to learn how to make them. Yeah, like I said, I recommend DaVinci Resolve as a start. It's free and it's got a lot of really good tools. So now, let's see. We worked on texture. We worked on lighting. Okay, so proportion and rhythm. Oh man. Oh boy. Oh boy. So, remember when I talked about anatomy? Oh man, I'm sorry. Ooh. Let me actually drink some water. Because proportion is a little bit silly. It's not hard, but it's a little bit silly because it depends a lot on your knowledge and forethought on objects that exist in real time. Ah, man, hydrate everyone. Oh, hydrate. Yeah. Okay. Let's go. The other also thing is that proportion connects with perspective, and it connects also with anatomy, or also just general design. Let's say, for example, I have a dude, have a person. Oh, I don't like this one. Yeah, this one's good. Nope. Oil paint. There you go. So I got like a guy. The guy's just standing there. And then next to him, there's like a chair. But the chair is like very big. And it's not like the chair's in front of him. It's like, it's supposed to be next to him. Like, let's say like he's holding it as if it was. Like, you should know that a chair is not that big. And I'm not saying that it has to do with, oh, things have to be exactly the right size. But you have to also figure out consistency. Because you can have a dude that has like a really big face and a really tiny body, which often turns them into a more chibi-fied style, which has a lot to do with shape language. You can have a normal guy, you can have a babu, chibi person, or you can have a crazy One Piece character. Like, genuinely, characters from One Piece have very weird proportions. But it really works for the style of the show. It has a lot to do with exaggeration, hyperbole, and the emotions that the character makes you feel when you see them. Like little sock. Dude skip leg day. This is a really important aspect in character design. You can infer a lot of information by just the body of the character and the proportions that are exaggerated in said body. Like, maybe they really like to vacation, but they're also like very powerful at the top. So like, don't challenge them to an arm wrestling contest. That would be very dumb. Also, hello Lum, welcome in. Happy to see ya. Welcome, welcome. That's amazing, no worries. Work comes first. And again, you really don't have to see my stuff. No, yeah, but I want to see your stuff. So no worries. I really, I'm gonna check it out later. Because your stuff is really good. And it could use some improvement in some areas. So I really want you to succeed. So yeah, I'll definitely give you some pointers. I can have troubles with scratchiness since my art style is very rough. and I like that, but sometimes I see that I had to go too much and it looks very lazy. I should definitely balance this. Troubles with scratchiness. What kind of scratchiness? You mean like the line quality? Like if I grab this brush, you know, that kind of scratchiness? Or you're talking about shading with a very scratchy brush, or using textures? You know, something like that, that you kind of go like, oh, it's rough and stuff. Or are you talking about like cross-hatching shadows? Like, what kind of scratchy? Texture, line. Also, but also shading. Yeah, I figured. That's no problem, because you can go with the scratchiness of a brush like this, or you can use the texture of a brush like this and then like delete it, and then you can have like a very nice texture, you know, base thing. Like if I go back to our sphere example, let's say that I make it all white and I start to shade it with this paper brush thing. In this case, I might need to choose different colors, so I go to this gray and I tap, put like a stain up here. Then I go higher on the hierarchy, tap. Then I go a little bit higher in the hierarchy, tap. Now it depends on the material I'm trying to imitate, because I can make this thing look like glass, even though I'm not using a very shiny, soft, smooth brush. But you see, I can make a few reflections here and there, even though the brush itself is very scratchy. Put some shiny lights here. You know, this color doesn't, I mean, this brush doesn't blend other colors well. So I'm going to have to grab other tones manually to change. Maybe I can put some reflections on it so it makes it feel like it's reflecting things. I grab some white, I grab some black. And there you have it. Oh, make sure that it doesn't overlap on the... Yeah, the pure white has to be just pure white. You see? Crystal ball, but using a very rough brush. So you gotta get you. See, if we look at it from far away, it looks actually very shiny. When in actuality, you know, it's it's an illusion. God, mosquito almost bit me. Oh no, you don't. Yeah, get fried. Got one. Since I like rough lines and I like to use only the brush for the series, and that's the pen, it looks very interesting. And I like it, but sadly, I see myself cutting corners. No, yeah, and you can cut corners so long as the audience doesn't notice. You know, you gotta keep it high quality, but also cutting corners, so that way you can make more with less. Unless you can afford to make more. In that case, yeah, go for it, but yeah. Don't worry, I'm still upping quality, but balancing school with my projects, and it's hard sometimes. I get lazy with visuals, not the script, which is kind of bad, but I'm working on it. Learning to take the time you need. Yeah, take the time you need to develop stuff and to learn how to use your tools and your preferred tools, because what I'm showing you all the time is the tools that I like to use, but I never cross hatch. I don't think you've ever seen me shade cross hatching or using this technique with this, but it's possible. You can do this while I do something else. You know, these are techniques that you learn how to do with your own tools, and that's great. That's the best part of it all. Actually, let me make the background gray so we can sort like a mid-tone, so we can sort of see the results. There you go. Now you can see the fullness of this thing, because I also added some light on the side, on the back, because crystal spheres tend to also reflect at the bottom even if the light's not coming from that way. It's really a really weird light effect. Everything that has to do with glass and crystals, they bounce light very weirdly. Yeah. And that's the other thing, when you're designing a character and you're choosing the colors and the value, and by value I mean like darks and brights, saturation is how pale it is, and then the hue is the actual color. When you're choosing all of that, do it in a mid-tone, in a background that is grayish or a complementary color, so then you can like combine it properly and you can see the effect that this color is doing to the character. Let's grab this shade of green, and you know, you can actually test the colors like that. Let's make a new layer on top of everything, paint it completely white, send the blending mode to color. Where is it? At the bottom, color. You see that the green we were using compared to the gray is not that different. Like it's still different. It's clearly different if you see the difference between the line art, but it can also be mistaken. So maybe we need a brighter green for this, so it's not so boring. I want it to pop, so let's probably go very neon, hot green neon. Oh, wrong brush. There we go. But not on every part. We can use this darker green, but make it a little bit more saturated and darker, so that way when we go back to the value of it, let's make sure that the light is coming from up here. This is where the light is hitting. And now, there you go. You can even make it brighter by choosing a paler green, and then moving on here and painting with this color. You can even make individual strands like that. Topography of the hair, follow it, the flow of it, and then grab this mid-tone green and use it for, actually let's, yeah, and let's use it for the other side where the shadow is. Now let's set this off, and we can kind of see that there's a nice contrast here. Now what's complementary to this? On the other side is this really dark deep purple. So let's give it less saturation, make it darker. Maybe a little bit more saturation so it's different from the background. And now we have a really nice combination here. Also, the color of purple makes it seem like the guy really cares for fancy stuff, because purple tends to be the color for royalty, tends to be the color for majesty, and green tends to be the color for sickness or the color for nature and rejuvenation. So the characters can be either way. do out here making Mega Joker. That's the other thing, right? Joker tends to have like the Joker Venom, this gaseous thing. So he is sickness, he is like this grotesque thing. But if I want to make Joker, I need to also complete the set, which would be this. And of course, maybe a little bit darker. There we go. But no. And we can do 4 colors. Let's say, for example, we want 4 colors, and let's give the guy a semi-saturated tan. This is me selecting random colors, by the way, and then trying to make them work. So get this really ugly orange. Actually, let's put it a little bit yellow and brighter, so it contrasts the purple. Like basketball colors, gross. And then if we go purple, I mean we go this orange, then on the other side we can grab some blue pants. Maybe we can grab this green and put it on the shoes. And of course, if you don't like this color combination, then you can just change everything. In a way, this is how you can choose the right colors for your characters. Just splatter them. You don't like this blue for the hair? Change it to something else. Okay, Blanca, no worries. Have a good game. Have a good one. And of course, we have like the white socks. The dude skipped all the leg day. Of course, this is just an example. But even if it's messy, and the colors look good for the character, then you can proceed to the next step. But if you don't like this color combination, then you can just change it immediately. And usually you should only have like 4 colors for a character design. But back to design. And by that I mean proportions. I think Lump said it at one point, like, what if there's a character like very long legs, very long hands, wait, hang on. That's not how thumbs bend. There you go. Oops. Ow, my foot! Ow, my foot! Ow, my foot! So now, with proportions, I can also let you know the kind of characters they are. Little dainty guy here. Seems to be picky with the details. With really long arms, you can kind of tell that he's in, like, he can reach high places. He can do a lot of things. And sure, he has skinny little legs, but they're not for anything except for maybe running around like Sonic. Or again, reaching high places. Keeping his chin up and his posture up can make you feel that, oh, he really cares for his posture. So we can actually make this a lot more exaggerated by setting up a curve like that. This arm is barely visible. And then give him like Muppet arms, actually. You know, like no actual elbow connection, just like a very curvy, boneless arm. And a light bulb for a head. Maybe the hair's backwards. No. Forwards looks like a little bit more of an indicator of where he's facing. So this is good. Pinky up. Maybe he's wearing gloves. And there you go. You can have multiple proportions. Depends on whether you want to make things cartoony or realistic. If you want to make things cartoony, then you can dare to dream with all these wacky shapes for the character. Just make sure that all your characters in the story do not end up all the same height, all the same people, all the same humanoids, all the same look. They'll get very boring very fast. It's like, oh, anime person number 245, when you can have dudes like these, or a guy like this, or something a little bit more wacky that gives you an indication that there is a different lineup of characters. Like if I show you between this and this, what do you think makes the more interesting story? If they all look the same versus they all have very creative designs, what would you prefer? But again, it's a slider. Do you want to be wacky, cartoony, which defies the laws of physics, less reality, less stakes, because cartoons can just bounce back from problems, or the more realistic, the more solid things are, the higher the stakes. That's kind of how you can tell if a show or an anime is going to be brutal or if the characters will survive, because the more realistic it is, the more it obeys the laws of physics, the more possibility there is that they get hurt or they don't bounce back from a problem. Although there can be shows that are cartoony but are real in terms of the consequences of their shenanigans. Like maybe they don't bounce back like Bugs Bunny or Tom and Jerry. Maybe they actually do get hurt and they're like more like a like a potato sack. If I draw a little sack, this sack boy has helped all of us learn animation, because you kinda can you don't really have to do much to make the character look like it's emoting. It's really easy to make a little bag. You see? But maybe like something falls on it. Let's say a rock fell on it, and you make it very realistic the way it bends, and also the consequences of it. Then it will feel realistic, even though the actual character is a cartoon. Oh, you're gonna go, Royal? Okay, sleep well, Royal. Have a good one. By visiting your next stream, I will enjoy the stream and learn something from you. Yeah, no problem. I hope you enjoy. I hope this helped. I hope you have a good night's sleep and good dreams. The Honcho from Undertale. Yeah, I know, right? I was thinking about the same thing. I couldn't help myself. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but the idea is that if you make characters for a story, don't make them all look the same. Either by what they're wearing or because of their character design, change how they look. It will definitely make the story a lot more interesting. And even though they might be cartoony, you have two options. To make the stakes really high with wacky shenanigans a la Tom and Jerry, where there are no consequences, or you can make them cartoony but make them abide by the laws of physics. And speaking about physics, we can actually move on to rhythm. This was the fun one. This one's really fun because much like what I did here with the little sacks, we can actually do with a little exercise that I've been wanting to show you. So, this exercise is all about poses. And how do we do it? Well, we go to YouTube.
Check.
Nope. We're not gonna work on this yet. Duplicate. Let's look up.
Without having.
Let's look up. Skate tricks. Oh, this is already a really good one. 10 easy tricks for beginners. Okay, fine. So. Nope. Hush. So let's stop here. I'm not going to show you the whole video because then, you know, copyright. What I'm going to do is grab from a video a pose. I just want a guy. No, I just want a full body dude making a really cool trick. Oh, this one was really good. Yes. Okay. So we have an advantage with computers. That we can grab a scene and then hit arrow keys and move from frame to frame. I mean, of course, these arrows are 5 seconds. I wanted it to be second per second, but there is no such thing. So I'm just gonna grab the timeline and I'm gonna drag it around, or I can hit play and have really good aim to where I want it to be. Okay, yeah, but I want the full body. I want like the full display of the trick. Man, let's look at another video. Let's look at a short. Maybe this will be better. Oh, this is good. Ah, yeah, that's perfect. Okay, let's try that again. And okay, this is a really good pose. So let's grab our screenshots and let's screenshot this guy. Comma and period to go frame by frame. Okay, let me see. Let me go to the other video because I don't know if it works for shorts. Hold on, I think it goes 10 by 10. Okay, let me see. We'll test that. We'll test that. Man, this ad. Hurry up. I don't care. Creative Cloud, get out of here. You stink. Okay, so... No, yeah, you're right. Look. Frame by frame. Oh, this is perfect. Yo, thank you for that. That's perfect. Lazy just taught us a really good thing. So if I go onto a video... Oh, this is good. Yes, this is what I wanted. Full body, airborne, skate tricks. And screenshotting a pose. This is exactly what I wanted. Okay, here it is. Okay, no interesting pose that I see. Come on, man. I want something great. Like, there are poses, but I'm looking for something a little bit crazier. Nah, nothing here. Oh, yeah, okay. What did he do? Come on, another trick, a big one. Oh, that's an interesting pose. Hang on. Is it high quality? I really need like the highest quality for this. Okay, let's go way back before he crumbled. He's kind of tense though. Like, you can tell he wasn't very confident in that part. So let me look for... Yo! Okay, hang on. Let's go back. I gotta... Oh my god, the human body is crazy, dude. Where's his foot? I don't know where his foot is. Is it on the skateboard? In any case, this is a really good pose. Not the best camera, exactly. This is... But the pose is the pose. I think we can work with this. So let's go to Clip Studio. Yeah, you'll need to look up for high quality, but we don't need it for what we're going to do. This is called dynamic posing. You're gonna grab a layer. You're gonna grab your screenshot. You're gonna define more or less where the guy was looking at. Guy, gal, it doesn't really matter, who cares. The person, the animal. Because you can do this with animals too, to figure out the poses. Now, the first thing we're gonna figure out is the action line. And we're going to exaggerate. Oh. Jeez, I always forget this. Let me turn this off. So there you go. So we have the picture, transparent. Yeah, I just noticed. Thank you. I have the chat next to me and I saw it. Now you can see, right? Yeah, it's delayed. Okay, so I'm gonna continue. So first off, we figure out the action line. We can exaggerate. I'm not going to make it exactly like in the picture because what I want to capture is the insanity of this. Like his knees are here and it bends this way. It's like an extreme C. Let me rotate it. Because this is crazy. This is a crazy pose. Yeah, huge delay. I notice now. Actually, let me check on the delay. One, 2, 3. Oh, it's immediate on my end. Oops. Well, never mind. So we see his shoulders are up. It's got to be like 12 seconds. Wow. Yeah, it's really latent. So we can kind of see the bigger part of his spine is on this side. Even though he's looking on this side, normally we'll put the back here, but no, he has his back up to here. The knees are in front like that. It's like a box or something. And look at the position of his foot. It's very weird. But again, he was kind of looking in this direction. The knees are also this knee, and it's kind of moving in that direction. His hand is holding the board. It's putting in like a belly roll. The leg connects down here. We're kind of figuring out more the pose than the exact thing. Like it really doesn't matter. What we want to capture is the essence of this pose and the movement. And then let's turn off the picture. This is what we're left with. So now let's actually try and do it. Let's try to imitate it, but with a lot more exaggeration. So we have like a crazier C. The foot is bent that way. The hand, we can just actually, the foot kind of stays in this really nice curve, so I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna keep the leg in this really neat curvature. So I'm gonna imitate that. You gotta look at the patterns too that the body creates. So I'm gonna move this to the other side too. The arm, yeah, so we can do that. And then we can maybe twist the chest a little more. Show the chest be spinning this way. Yeah, instead of the chest being here, let's move it up to here. And let's really spin that. Let's put the hand forefront here. The shoulder like that. Let's give it an extra curve like that. There you go. And skateboards don't bend that way, but, you know, it's a cartoon. What we want is the essence of the movement. Let's show the chin underneath. Like the head. Maybe it's too big, so let me just grab it, make it smaller. And that way we can make Spider-Man. Then we can have Spider-Man do all these fun tricks. We can exaggerate the pose with this. Whoops, too big. And it also helps you make some interesting character poses that only characters from your story can do. No other character in your story makes a movement the same way the other does. Of course, we can keep it into this curve, into this C curve. So even if the butt is here, we can connect it nicely with the shirt and the torso and keep this motion intact. Maybe have like a web that he just... Oh, or... It's all curvy, so we can actually also continue this C curve and have his hand back. How's it going here? All good. We grabbed the pose of this skater. Let me grab the skater. Oops, no, not you. We grab a pose of a skater, Very simple pose. We grab the essence of the pose, which is the rhythm of it, and then we can exaggerate, make the rhythm even more obvious. Let me delete this. And there we go. We can change things about the pose. We can change things about it. Godspeed, Spider-Man. Go to hell, Vertigo, Spider-Man. Let's see another pose. No, I don't want this. I don't know what this is, but skip. And these ads. So we can keep grabbing poses from athletes. Let me actually look up. What's a sport that would make for really good poses? What do you guys think? Suggest me a sport. Any sport. That requires movement, of course. Oh. Yuri's on. Good, good. Perfect. Ice skating tricks. Oh, yo. This is great. Okay, so let's see what you do. Oh, these are some nice poses. Oh, yes! This is what I was looking for. Stop. Talk about rhythm, yes. Now with this, we can work on it. Let me check something again. Okay. So, we do the same thing. We find the action line, which is really nice C curve. Then we start to define a little better the essence of the pose. I would like to take this opportunity to advertise the browser Brave because it's integrated, ad blockers, effective, and gives me no problems. I'll check it out. I've heard a lot of things about Brave. So we have his chest here. We kind of can figure out the rest of his body. And look at the position of the foot too. All of it. Oh, and look at how this leg bends towards the camera. Even it's on the back. And the spine kind of bends also. Like he's kind of doing this motion. Like he's tweaking on this motion. And so we see the bottom of the foot here. Oh my god. There, goodness. I hate this. I keep the browser on. I'm sorry, Lazy. Thank you. Thank you so much for telling me. Okay, so C curve. Very weird leg positioning, heading towards us. And the other one is kind of almost going the other way, but not really. So that means his spine is changing. It's like normal, but then it kind of like bends this way. And he has his head tensed up here. Both his hands. Look how nice, how clean this pose is. And the thing is that this trick is a lot better. And I don't mean trick like this is what you're going to use for official stuff. I mean, you could. But what I mean is that this is what you do to practice poses and to practice dynamic movements. Because now you grab the same thing. And now you can do your own characters doing this exact same pose. We're kind of following the same example, even if you could exaggerate a few things. But the way that characters balance each other out as they're doing the movement. See, I did it too high here. It helps you study better the way humans bend and move. You see, now you can actually do a pose in this very weird angle. Need the lower back. Heck, maybe you can even do this. You can change the angle. Even if you already have like a nice prop and a nice view, you can change it to where it's more interesting depending on what you want. Because this same pose, I can imagine if I'm in 3D and I can have the camera be high up and I can sort of imagine what the pose would look like from a different angle, different perspective. perspective. It goes this way. So I'm gonna delete that. Perspective goes on this direction. But you see how these poses get very complicated very fast? But you have a guide to solve them already, which is these references. You kind of start learning, start understanding the limitations of the human body, the pose. See, the idea that it's tweaking on this side to this side, and it's curving up to you. Different perspective, same pose. And I can give you multiple ideas in that way. And I feel that taking a video is a lot better than telling a person to pose for the camera, because the way the body distributes the weight itself of the body, the way the guy is balancing himself, the way his muscles are tensing and stretching, like it's really good. So that way you understand better than if they were on the ground normal without doing any of this. A person that's posing for a picture will not do this, and will not be scared to fall, and will not have reflexes and last minute changes for their trajectory to be proper and proper landing, and the oomph when they fall down. You know, they won't have any of that. Oh, that's a beautiful pose. Hang on. That's a beautiful bird. That's a beautiful bird. Greetings and hugs from everyone. Welcome in, Thorn. Happy to have ya. Man, good to see ya. We're just having a little bit of a study session when it comes to dynamic posing, which includes stuff like this. I went here, I found a video of a bunch of ice skaters suggested by Lazy, and then I took screenshots of people in the middle of movement. Because the way that people balance their bodies, the way they bend, is better than if they were standing still for just a little photo. Like, look at the way he's tensing his body here. And let's see if there's a different pose. Oh, wow. What were you doing? Ooh, yeah. Look at the way he moves his arms. Those are arcs. This pose, though. Yeah. Wow. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ha 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 ha. No, but you see, stuff like this is impressive. I tend to use more curves with dynamic poses. Yeah, and that's pretty much the point. Because once you have the basic curvature of this, and once you have learned the basics on how the body is posing, you can exaggerate this movement. Oh, right, the foot, the leg. And the thing is that the other leg, I assume, is back here behind the body. Now let's try and make the body the same one from the side. He's straight up looking at the ground. Let's move the chin a little bit here, because I want it a little bit to the side, not too much. We try to get a sense of the pose. So we try to understand where he's putting the body weight. I think that's not right. So let's exaggerate it a little more, this foot. And also there's like a twist that he does here. And now we have a little bit more of a curve here. I mean, of course, there's more to it, but you can at least have some fun figuring out the pose from different angles. And look at this really nice curve too. Like, this contributes to the composition. So in a way, it's a very strange S. Like, it starts with a C curve, and then it continues with an S curve. So now the composition has rhythm. It has a flow of it. Of course, there's like a combination of a C curve too. So in reality, it's an S and a C. This is the essence of the pose. Very strange. But that's what it means to have rhythm. It's in the way that characters pose, it's in the way that characters move, and how the bodies Is it hidden again? It was hidden again. It was hitting again. I was doing all of this and it was hitting again. I am so angry. Wow, I was doing this. Body from a different angle. So we have a C curve. We have an S curve. The S curve is mostly for like the composition of the floor. See, like the trail. And the C is more for the arms. But that makes you have an idea of, even if it's on a different perspective, you can experiment with how he distributes things. And then you can figure it out how it, you know, how it moves forward. Everything comes together. In a way, this is the essence of this guy's pose right now. S and a C. And this is rhythm. Grab the essence of the pose, exaggerate it. Maybe even change the point of view. And you'll see that you have pretty much well-formed dynamic characters, especially when you're using real-life examples. Oh, did we make the 10 likes? Awesome. It's 4, so we have 1 more hour. What do you guys say? Someone makes a 20 like goal. I don't know if we're gonna make it to 20 likes, but hey, it's good. You know, it's good to try. Let's see. We had a 13 like goal before. Oh, I didn't see it. Well, if someone can make one really nice, then I'll pin it. All right, wow, we were talking about forms and stuff. Look at all this. Look at this diagram. I forgot we talked about topography. Hang on. Let me turn this back into white. There you go. Oh wow. Sorry, light mode all of a sudden. Someone mentioned they were leaving that we made it to 10. Oh, I see. But yeah, because we had like the 10 likes goal, but now we will need like a like goal that's a little bit more. Wow, I forgot all about this. Yeah, like the same shape but different angles. Topography. Oh yeah, so I guess I didn't have to explain topography all that much. But yeah, this works really well also for shading. Yeah. Perspective, we talked about this. Just wanted to mention I started reading a bit about anatomy and philosophy for both drawing and medical reasons, and because I don't have a cheat sheet, I'm drawing each bone from different perspectives to show what is what. Yeah, that's actually really good. It works out. Hang on. Replace pinned message. Let's get to 15. That's why I like it. Shiny, sparkly. What else was there? Oh, that's different. That's different. There we go. I believe much everything has been accounted for. Lum's gonna ascend beyond us and when it comes to art. And by doing this, I've tried to apply some of the things Deuces has told me about shading to make it look right, and it's slowly getting better. Yeah. Just stole the pep method, 𝐸𝐴𝐿. Let's go gambling! Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Is that not the pep method? Just gamble it all away? I was gambling all away for coin. Oh God, what are we gonna do? Oh, baby. So now let's see. In a way, rhythm also functions. Let's do the little sack man again. So we got a little sack guy. It's full of flour, full of water. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's a very simple body that anyone can draw. And we use this also in the realms of animation. How can we make this little sack a lot more active? So let's try and use the CSI method. And what is this? What are these letters? Well, they don't actually... It's not an acronym. It's more of a physical thing. Remember what we did with the athletes? Let's try and do it with the little sack. We're going to grab the poses of the guys that we saw and try to make them into the little sack. So one of the poses was like this really curvy C. Another one was a very fancy S with a C, if you remember. And we haven't yet had an I. But let's try and make like a very bendy I. So now, let's try and make the little sack man's feet up in the air like that. Actually, one of the pictures we had the little feetsies bend in a funny way like that. So something with really tiny feet would bend like this. Doesn't have a head, so we can just make it do this. Also, welcome back, Blanca. 51 kills, let's go. I'm the sack man. Oh man, that's perfect. The other one was a really funny C curve like that. Now let's actually move the curve all the way down here. Oops. 4 o'clock. And now let's keep also this curve, so, and put the little feetsy here, so it kind of like we understand that it's bending around, like the top is going that way but the bottom is going that way. And then of course the little skater trail was a really nice curve in the video. And then one of the poses that I noticed, it was doing like that kind of movement. And of course this goes beyond the actual anatomy of the character. This is more of the energy of the flow of the pose of their body. And if you notice, these aspects are part of the fundamentals of animation. That pillow is very agile. Exactly, right? And you can kind of always imagine that your drawings are like a one frame animation. Like the starting frame. We can have a really nice S. And then we can have a very dynamic C. Yeah, see, there we go. This little sack guy was one of our favorite exercises. I think on this one, the in-between be like a very curvy S. Because you can have yeah, you see? Someone will leave like a little trail of debris. Little energy, you know, like in anime. I mean, of course, we don't actually need these lines because the pose should be enough to give us an idea of what's going on. But you see how from a bunch of skater dudes, we went back into cartoons and now we're doing stuff like this? Ain't that interesting? Now, we can have this as a reference to do all sorts of characters. And with the right proportions, we can put in where the strength of the kick is. Like the little sack guy normally looks like this, you know, very even, but the kick, we're going to make it that most of the mass is moving towards where the kick is, and then where it's sustaining, it's less heavy because it's shifting a lot of weight towards where the attack is going. That's the whole point of the scene. The point of the scene is that they're, you know, charging a lot of energy, a lot of weight into this kick. Even here it's evened out, here it's kind of getting spaced out, and bam, you know. Yeah, there we go. Now it kind of looks like it's this part is on top of everything. It's a very agile pillow. And in essence, when you're designing characters like this, you have to imagine that these are single panel animations. With a single panel, making all of this can make all sorts of things and expressions a lot more interesting to look at in the moment. That also happens with expressions. Like, let's say we have a normal face. You know, if I can make one normal. This is just a normal face. No chin, no nothing. It's just like a blank expression. And now we add a little bit of like, you can already tell by the right motif, like what's happening. Like, sure, when we were talking about dynamic movement, we were talking about the human body and all the ways that it spreads around and it moves and stuff. But also the face, in a weird way, has dynamic movement. When someone gets upset, we tend to scrunch up. Like, ugh, ugh. And when we're droopy-eyed, we tend to look a lot more paler, a lot more older, ugh, and downtrodden. Also, yes, I made the head move a little bit higher. And now when it's droopy, downcast. You see, with just a little few dots, I can actually make a single frame animation. By making the rhythm very obvious. There's a little bit of tension in the eyes, but for the most part, it's an extreme relaxation. Oh, and also, you can move the mouth to the side. Or when a character's thinking, you can find all various ways it's like, Of course, this is more hyperbole. And what the proportions matter most here is that capturing of the emotion. I don't know. But with a single frame, you can do a lot. And now, how do we do that with a little sack? Of course, it has a lot more to do with context, because the little sack doesn't have a face. So we can use made the little foot be like this. It's like sitting down. Little hand spreading out. Like in a way, he could be sleeping. Or if we make a little lake of water, could be crying, and a little jitter. Dorito bag player model. Let me see. I gotta see this. Gmod. Oh wow. Yo, check this out. I didn't know this could exist. Look at that. Way to capture the dynamic posing of that. That's crazy. That's actually pretty good. Hang on. I'm gonna do one where the little sack man is dunking. Anything you can do, he can do better. Sooner or later, he'll be better than you. No, you can. Yes, I can. No, you can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. And also, if anything, it's like a nice eye too. But if I want to make this a nice C curve, then I'll give there we go. Like the walk cycle, just the bottom ends twisting back and forth. Yeah. I hate this so much. Y'all can't see me draw anything because I keep doing the same mistake. I wanted to make him Duncan, you know? Dunking a ball, but no, I'm stupid. It's kind of like sags around when in motion. Like walk cycle is just the bottom ends twisting back and forth. Yeah, in the end, that's pretty much what it is. This is old player models. If I were to make the little sack running, I'll do kind of like curvy with the arms in the air, but also moving the butt backwards like that and make it be like... Okay, let me get like a nice... like a chicken almost, like a very weird chicken. Like in a way the little sack man is 3 spheres more or less. Like a really funny bean and then another bean on top. Oof, I almost fell asleep. Yeah, because it goes this way. Yeah. One of the first ones to be added. Yeah, I woke up suddenly. Just trying to make it run as if it was like from the back. So we still get to see it like... There we go. It's like running around. Here's dunking a ball. But you see these CSI dynamics work really well if you're going to make like a character model. Even if it's like a very simple character or a very complicated character, you get to use these for a lot of interesting things. They hit the Pentagon! They hit the Pentagon, Josie! No! No! Ah! Oh, goodness gravy. So, I think we've covered everything from the second part, and I thought that we weren't going to have time. Oh my god. Oh god, good. This is good. Wow, today is very nice and rainy. So I'm sorry if I'm a little bit... Wow. Oh, wow. This is good. Wow, look at all that we covered in the last time. Even animal anatomy. God, this is so cool. We even went to Blender. We went to Blendoku. We went to all sorts of places. We cracked. Man, now I don't even know what to do. Because now all that's left is to put all these things together, and if there are no more inquiries, then I'll just have to put all these things together and make the shorts. So, planning it out, I'm gonna do it just like this. make a quick recap of what we were talking about. Part of the fundamentals involves how you're going to organize the balance of a piece. Basing it off of shape language. How are you going to have things compared to each other? Sometimes I wonder if rain clouds like these cover like the whole country, cause it's raining here and I hate it. Well, at least here we saw the weather report and man, everything was just covered in water. At least clouds, and it was a little scary, not gonna lie. Because normally it's all very hot and now it's suddenly all cloudy and moody. Which I love, but remember it's winter coming. It's not, we're far away from summer now. So it's either rain or just a bunch of snow. So now with the forms, we figured how to make things look and feel solid without any sort of light and shadow. It's all about construction. Even if part of the model is irregular and it has certain things, you can still make it seem a little bit more solid by giving it, in 3D terms, like a bunch of faces. But of course, it doesn't always work when it comes to just the line art. So you'll have to suggest a few things and keep everything else for the imagination. So that way we can be like, oh yeah, that's a donut. It's a very crooked and messed up donut, but it's a donut. Like, you don't always have to put in all the details. Sometimes the easier things, the most basic things, can show you the form of an object. And of course, with form also comes perspective. The point of view and the deformity that comes based on where it's all originating from. And if you notice that there is an incongruency, you can fix it. You know, something like that. And you don't follow the lines, then you can at least follow the result. Hello Moon Shredder, welcome in. Oh, Shredder, sorry, Moon Shredder, welcome. Happy to have you. We're almost done. I'm just doing a little quick recap. I'm also fighting to stay awake. I didn't get a lot of sleep tonight and I ended up couldn't sleep past 6. To be honest, y'all get snow? Actually, no, we shouldn't, but sometimes we do at the high mountains. We got it once, and even the first time I heard about it, I'm like, wait a minute, what? We got snow? That's impossible. But yeah, it happens sometimes. But yeah, we're doing a really quick recap of all the things that we studied. And soon we will just have our, you know, I'm gonna start making the tutorials another time. When it comes to anatomy, we don't really need to know everything about the human body except the mechanics on how the body works. How does a bone connect to another bone? And how does it, you know, hinge and move from side to side? What's the function of the rib cage and the clavicle, and why do we need it, and why is it something to respect within the artistic community? Like, sure, scientific, but what does anatomy have anything to do with drawing a body? Well, everything if you're drawing a body, right? So normally it's like a teardrop box. It's not this winged thing. And how the chin, the bones connect to plenty of what I already draw. Because normally a skeleton that isn't friendly, or friendly, it doesn't matter. The idea is that a skeleton can tell you all about where everything is, how big something is, how much does it stretch the skin, does it like nachos, who knows. The most no we've ever gotten was during freeze while we had no power and it wasn't a good time. Oh no. Man, I'm sorry to hear that. Because now you get freeze and no heating systems. That's what I get more worried about. Like no heating systems or anything. Just standing there. Just waiting. Ugh. Yes, human. It is I, Papyrus. Yeah. And of course, muscles and muscle tissue can help you know which muscles get stretched. And how does that get reflected on a human arm? Yeah, there you go. Now when it comes to color, we talked all about the ways we mix and match, not just with saturation, but also with value and hue. The nature of light, how it interacts with other objects, the fact that objects that are of specific color bounce their colors on top of other things. So even if a human with human skin was being photographed, the light from the next nearby objects bounce on top of their skin, and they could have a little bit of blue, they could have a little bit of green, a little bit of yellow, depends. So this is why color connects also to photography, and I advise that y'all study photography. Back again, welcome in, Waffles. We're almost finishing up. Not yet, we have like 30 more minutes, so I'm giving a very quick recap. Value, of course, it's one of the things of color, but also it pertains to making textures sorry, oops, that's not what I wanted. It had to do with texture, because that way you can shade without making lines. And sure, you can argue this is a line, but no, that's just a crack on the wall. If I shade over it like that, it'll definitely start looking a lot like the texture of a crack on the wall. From far away, it does look like a crack. Something broke. We talked about lighting. And how lighting manifests, like we said before, photography, drawing with photos, but also how it makes people feel, how it manifests in different objects and different topologies, and how specific ways to shade can make it seem that different objects are shaded to represent different textures. It can be hair, it can be plastic, it can be glass. Often with plenty of strange irregularities. Maybe a few smudges here and there with the right values and textures. And in the same idea, oh, there it is, see? Textures. That's the next thing we talked about. And when it comes to proportions, it's the consistency of character design or of objects. Because some people make things that are way too big, and the person very small, even though apparently they're right next to each other. And then the next scene, maybe there's like, oh, it's just a normal fire hydrant, but they made it so big it looked weird. So you gotta keep things consistent, including character design. If you make a character that is of a specific shape, then you should have a chart that lets you know how high they are. You don't need very special measurements. You can just use silly units of measurement. The idea is to make characters that are proportionally different to each other. Friends, family. And of course, we talked, besides texture, besides value, we talked rhythm. There we go. Like, very simple, very silly. But rhythm also applies to all sorts of things, including faces, including poses, even if it's realistic or cartoony. You're gonna go, Lazy? Okay. Have a good one, Lazy. Yeah, I'm gonna be done very soon. How's everyone's school projects going? I have a few projects that I'm still working on. I figured out a way to reliably animate on Blender using grease pencil, which I'm learning. Learning grease pencil is silly. Y'all want to see a trick? Let me show you a trick that I learned on how Blender works. Let me go open new. Let me turn this off. I want to show you guys how this thing works on Blender. It's really cool. It's a really cool trick that I learned. New 2D animation. I'm not gonna save this. This was just an example. Okay, so here we are on Blender. When I hit the 2D function, it already gives me a piece of paper. And this is to animate in 2D on Blender. It's a little bit convoluted. I have here a solid stroke. Let's put in a black color. I'm gonna grab... These are downloaded brushes from a tutorial that I'm following. Let me grab something more solid. There we go. Now I have a circle. You see that a keyframe is made down here on the timeline. Oh, you don't see it. Let me... Yeah, there you go. Now you can see it. See, it's right here. So I'm gonna drag it to the front. I'm gonna go to the very end. I'm gonna turn it into a triangle. Now you notice that this one is darkened. It's because now these are, you know, beep, bop, beep, bop. So now we go into edit mode. And you'll notice that it says grease pencil here. First, let me put it on frame 39. After I've selected the first one. Grease pencil, interpolate sequence. I'm gonna go here with these options and I'm going to, instead of type linear, I'm gonna make it type custom. And now I can change this. Let me hit play so you can see. Oh, hang on, let me move all this to the side. Wait, what happened? Okay, let me just grab all this. Okay, grease pencil. Interpolate sequence. I don't understand what happened. That's how it normally worked. Oh, right. I gotta put in here. Interpolate sequence. No flip. Steps. Oh, I don't get it. Iterations. Oh man, this is sad. I thought it would work. Oh, hang on. Okay, I think I know why. Okay, let's see. Frame 1. I am on stroke. Okay. Edit mode. Grease pencil. Interpolate sequence. Oh. Ah, there it is. And you see this? This changes the easing, so now it becomes fast or slow. And also I can put multiple keyframes. So then I can do this. Wah, wah, wah. You see how the curve affects the animation? Let's go like that, and let's go like this. And let's move the final one very low. Let's see what happens. You see, it becomes very strange. If I go negative numbers here, if I go positive numbers, maybe something neutral. At the end, it makes it. Yeah, what did you remember? But you see, I only did 2 drawings and it interpolated everything in the middle. Of course, it makes it robotic. It makes it, you know, it's not like a thing that you can definitely 100% rely on. You'll have to draw some in-betweens because you see it kind of flips the art piece. I don't want that to happen. No flip. Oh, okay. See, now it doesn't flip it. Now it just straight becomes the object. So let's just... There we go. Hello, Cheese. Welcome back. Happy to see ya. How's it going? I missed ya. Yeah, you were in the beginning. Welcome temporarily back. Yeah. We have like 15 minutes left. Do I send you a vid that's about shading that's a minute half and it's more cool than educational? I don't know if you want to show that or not. Oh, let me see. Yeah, because later on, again, I'm gonna use all the assets and all the ideas that you guys give me, so then I can actually make my own tutorial. Really quick, very simple. And add. Oh, because they're actually shading the character. That's actually incredible. Yeah, later on I will show this, or at least I will share it on the description. I'll put in a bunch of links in the description, but yeah, I'll definitely put it in there. That looks cool. I know, right? I really want to learn how to animate in Blender. It's good. Yeah, I'm also learning too. This is a trick I learned recently on Blender. Like, it can interpolate everything in between. However, oh, and also it has like the easing that I can change the dynamics here on how things work. You see, the more the curve changes, the animation also changes. So you can do very minute tweaks with this, very specific ones. But yeah, I want to keep practicing and keep making stuff with this. Anyhow. Whoa. Oh god, what is this? What the heck is this? Hang on, let me show you what I'm seeing. Oh god, how do I get out of this? Like, what is happening? Exit Steam. Yes, confirm. I didn't ask for this. What is that? Jeebus. It's like, get out of here. Like, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, what I wanted was this. Like, I definitely might just hang out a little bit more in my off time with this, because this reignited something. Darker here, darker there. This is closer, that, and brighter. There you go. Hope to see you in Shark Girl Yumi again. What? Shark Girl Yumi. I was there? I was there. No, this is Reddit. Let's see if there's somebody online still. See if there's anybody else online. Because I got a few extra notifications. Oh, cool. There's Tori Taiga. Onatsu. Oh, live in 30 minutes. Not yet. Okay. Yo, do y'all imagine that I raid into Takanashi Kiara? I wish. So many tabs open. I know. We were talking a lot about art stuffs. See if Yuri's still on. Yuri's still on. Yay. Okay. I had a lot of tabs open because I needed a lot of references and stuff. But yeah, I do close them off later on. Oh man, one more. Opposite color. Here, this one has a little bit of purple. This one has a little bit of orange. And this one has more purple than anything. Easy. Actually, I want to show you one of the harder levels because these are the simple ones. Let's go to hard. Oh no. Look at this. This is a hard level. Oh no. Let me transform fit to screen. There we go. Now you can see it. Oh, guys. If only Lazy was still here with us. Okay, this one... No. This one obviously goes here. In here, this one has a little bit of green. This one is very green. That's confusing. I know, right? Okay, so blue. There's like a lot of colors. I think this is one prime color that pops in here. Yeah, because then this gets here, this one 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 gets here. No. Oh wow, no, hang on. Oh wow. This one has blue on it. Wait, this is an extreme color, so let me put it here. This one has pink, but it doesn't have green. Maybe. No, but this is more purple than anything. Oh. I think this works. I don't think this one works though. Like, where does this go? Okay, this is very confusing. Ay. Where does this go? Where does this go? I guess this one doesn't go anywhere here. Okay, so let's... The brightest white would be here. Man, you see how confusing. This app is called Blendoku. It's Sudoku, but you blend colors with it. It doesn't exist anymore on the computer. I mean, sorry, on the application, the App Store, on Google, and the phone, because this used to be for the phone and the tablet. So I had to get like an MSI emulator and play it that way. I had to investigate a little bit. Otherwise, there's no way to play this game. Which is sad. Like, I really like this game. I really like this game. But it seems that there's no way. This is suspiciously... What? Because it had a little green, so I moved it here. I didn't know this was the right sequence. What? What is happening? Oh, goodness gravy. I didn't know that was... Okay. Sure, I didn't think I was actually going to solve this one. I'm out. There's like 5 minutes left. I ain't gonna do this. I'm gonna send you off to Yuri now. Oh man, I'm gonna get the link. Hang on, I'm gonna get the... I got the link. I'm just gonna get the... Me. There's the link, and... Notepad. Here it is, the message. Remember, send it only once to say hi to Yuri, and I hope you enjoy the stream there. Yeah. Thank you so much for watching, guys. I'll be working on the background with a lot of other stuff, but now I have some idea of what things you might want to know about a topic, and a bunch of other stuff about, you know, the tutorial stuffs. I hope it's useful to someone, and I want to bring more value, and I'm gonna continue making that one tutorial about the mermaid, because I'm gonna connect it to how I do those visual animation stuffs, and I am still working on Blender, so then I can learn how to 2D animate there, because Moho is confusing to me. So I'm gonna go to Blender because I know it better a little. But then I'm gonna go back to Moho if it gets better, or if, you know. Anywho, have a good evening, guys. Happy to see ya. Take care. And... where is it? Where is it? No, it's not there. That's not the right point. Am I crazy? Bye!